Okay, we are recording.
Hello to the tubers of you.
Okay, recently you guys have decided to investigate the town of Austin, where they have an issue with some undead. Um, but strangely, the undead don't seem to be attacking. They're just kind of gathering. Um, they don't attack unless attacked first. Um, last week, just last week, the party ended up following some tracks that at first they thought were from skeletons, but turned out they were just from little kids. And they found three little kids, two dwarven boys and a halfling girl, who seem to have lost their parents, and they were told to find Millie's aunt in Austin. And you guys decided to take them with you. For their protection. At least I'm assuming for their protection.
And recognition. Because they will love us.
I don't know about that.
They will love us. Damn it. One way or another, we will make them love us.
They're pretty much glued to Baron.
Oh no, not them. The
Dwarf.
dwarby peoples in Houston.
Okay. Little kids are pretty much glued to Baron as he's the only dwarf in the party. Um, you found your second group of undead, which you have dispatched. I believe we stopped it just after finishing combat. We are finished, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, looks like they're all dead. So, I guess that's where we pick up. Just after finishing combat. You guys want to look for ammo or...
I think, didn't we do over that, or did we not? I don't remember. Search.
I don't remember.
I don't think we did because Reardon's missing arrows.
I want to search for arrows and whatever else may be salvageable.
We started last week at the end of a different combat, which I had gotten Reardon's arrows all figured out, so.
Okay, so...
Well, I will help him to search for those arrows and anything else.
Okay, well, searching for arrows, give me an investigation check, Reardon.
Okay.
How many are you missing?
Maybe it's a good thing I helped him.
Yeah.
How many arrows are you missing?
Looks like 6.
Okay, you find 5 of them.
Alrighty.
I'm also missing 6.
Okay, you find 5 of yours.
Right.
Okay, now to look for other stuff, give me another investigation check, whoever wants to do that.
That should totally be Aramil.
Okay. I will certainly do that.
Neat. Alright, I just put that into the spell, so it just rolls it automatically.
Okay, amongst the corpses you find um 32 gold, 16 silver. You find 2 short swords that seem serviceable. 1 short bow. Um, 1 suit of leather armor that seems like it might be um, salvageable. The rest is just kind of deteriorated beyond repair. Um, let's see what else. I think I'm gonna leave it there. There's not a whole lot to find. We're just a bunch of wandering undead, so. But,
Okay, well,
I mean, we rolled really well, but there's just not much to find.
understand. Uh, let's split that up. 8 gold and 4 silver each. Does anyone want to have the short swords, or the short bow, or the leather suit of armor?
Not today. I'm not going to take anything.
I'm good. I don't need them.
Okay, well, I'll put them in my inventory and we can maybe sell them.
Okay, so now what?
Well, I think before we go on, we need to heal up or something.
I think it's nighttime. We got the kids hiding behind a tree, and we're gonna show them how to camp, and then bring them back in the morning to Austin.
That sounds good.
So we're going to camp here tonight?
I mean, doesn't particularly smell very good, but
Oh, I'm just said that you're going to teach them how to camp. I'm wondering what you're going to do with that.
you guys are
Right.
welcome to sleep here.
Last session, we found them trying to camp, and they had like a very green fire going. Lots of leaves. Lots of fresh wood.
But I would imagine we'd go off a distance back towards we're going and away from this particular location.
Okay, so you go on little ways towards where?
If we're taking the kids back to Austin, I would think we'd head back that direction a little ways and then make camp.
You
Depending
guys
on what time of day is it anyway.
to the east a little bit.
If I remember right, it's the sun is just going down when you entered the fight. Did you hear that? Was I muted for that?
I heard it.
Okay. Okay, so you make your way back towards Austin. How long you guys want to travel?
I wouldn't think too long, maybe 15 minutes or so, just
Okay.
to get away from the smell.
Okay.
And then we should go ahead and pitch camp.
Okay. Make your way back towards Austin for 15, 20 minutes, something like that. And the kids, all but glued to Baron. Carefully watching the rest of the party as, they grew up fearing humans. Humans are the bad guys. And Durkar, they really don't know what to make of.
So we walk along a little ways and start looking for a good place for a campsite.
Well, why don't you roll me survival?
Hmm?
Why don't you roll me survival?
So did we find something?
Yeah, looks like you found a pretty decent place. An old cabin that seems to have been abandoned. It's not in very good shape. It's missing a wall and a roof. But you got 3 walls to kind of keep the elements away, at least. Maybe hide your fire from anyone peeking.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We go into the old cabin and pick a spot and just pick up some of the loose wood from the cabin because it'll be old and dry. It'll burn. And then we build a fire.
Is it, are, is it dark or is it just about dark?
At this point, it would be dark.
Okay.
Okay, once we get that fire built, I want to go out and hunt, get us some meat.
Okay.
And
Okay, I'll go with you.
all right, and I'm thinking I might be able to get something within an hour because the forest is pretty busy with little critters.
Okay. Are you guys going together, same direction, or different directions, or what?
I can do it either way.
Yeah, I can too. I guess I'll go off in the opposite direction.
Okay.
That way we
Um.
cut more area.
Okay. Both of you give me survival checks.
I like the other one better. Okay, which way am I heading?
You tell me.
Well, I know that Reardon said something, but I didn't understand what he
Oh,
said.
I'm, I'm, I'll head south.
Okay, then I'll head pretty much north.
Okay.
We're searching for something. It doesn't have to be a deer. It could be rabbits or whatever, something just to feed us for the night.
Okay. Just a second.
Well,
Oh, sorry. That was supposed to be muted.
yeah. Uh, so while I'm out hunting, trying to find an animal, I'm also looking for um, edible roots or uh, berries, vegetables, anything like that that we can use to make a meal.
Okay. Um, Aramel, as you make your way north, you, after about 45 minutes, you do find a blueberry bush that there's a few blueberries left. It's not particularly a grand find, but you get a couple handfuls of blueberries. And you continue a little further on. And you find a clearing that has a nice doe just stopping to take a drink from the water. And as you knock an arrow and attempt to shoot it, it suddenly head bolts upright, looks off in another direction, and bolts. As you watch it run away, you can hear the sound of somebody approaching the clearing. After a minute or two, you watch as the skeleton walks into the clearing and just mindlessly walks right through the clearing towards you in your general direction. And comes back into the trees and just basically just walks right past you and continues walking. But your deer is long gone. So you have a couple of handfuls of blueberries. Reardon.
Yeah.
You make your way south. How long are you gonna stay gone? By the way, Reardon? Or how much?
About an hour's worth of hunt time.
Okay, so you're gonna stay gone until you find something, basically?
I won't be gone more than an hour.
Okay. Um, After about 30 minutes or so, searching for tracks and unsuccessfully stalking several different creatures, you decide to make your way back, and as you are walking back empty-handed, you do come across a what do they call it? A rabbit burrow? Rabbit den? Whatever they call it. You can see one rabbit kind of poking around outside the entrance, and every now and then you see another one poking its head out, and then going back in, and a little bit later it pokes its head out again, and I'm not really sure what it's doing, but it's there.
Well, I'll freeze and quietly as possible notch an arrow and then reach back and take another one just in case I can get a double shot.
Okay. So you're gonna try to knock 2 arrows, and
Now I'm going to hold one
okay.
and then just because if I get the opportunity to get that second rabbit, I'll have the arrow ready.
Okay. Which one are you shooting at?
I'm going to shoot the one that's outside first.
Okay. Give me an attack. Okay, definitely hits and kills, and the rabbit lets out a loud squeak when it dies. And the other rabbit is nowhere to be seen. It is in the hole, and having heard the loud squeak, is probably not coming out again.
I'll go over and I'll remove the arrow from the rabbit and go ahead and do the prep. I'll hook it on my belt, and I'm assuming this time I'm starting to head back, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll continue heading back toward camp. Still looking for anything that I may be able to acquire.
Okay. Nothing jumps out at you. It's pretty basic walk back. Nothing particularly interesting, unfortunately.
I'll get back to camp, start skinning out the rabbit.
Okay.
As they take off, I'm gonna also take off, but first I'm gonna see if I'm gonna go over to the dwarf boy that was trying to be in charge and see if they would like to accompany me in looking for some herbs. And of course ask him in Dwarvish.
Okay. First you kind of hide behind Baron and kind of thinks about your offer for a moment, and then looks up at Baron for kind of permission, maybe. And he kind of cautiously agrees and stands up and starts to follow you.
And I'm going to go out for, we'll say an hour.
Okay, what kind of herbs are you looking for?
Go for sleep tincture.
Okay, give me a survival check. long you looking?
For about an hour.
Man, you guys like your hours. Just out of curiosity, which direction did you go?
Probably east towards Austin.
Okay.
Trying to find and pick and point out, and if I find anything, show them how to cut. And explain that this might help them eventually as they grow up. Recognizing good plants versus not good plants, etc., etc.
Okay. With the combination of helping the boy, or teaching the boy, I should say, it slows you down a little. So you only find about enough herbs for 3 tinctures. But in all, it feels like a fairly successful foraging trip.
Is it 3?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. You return to camp just as Aramil returns, and a few minutes later, Reardon returns. Durkar, what are you doing during this time frame?
While they're all out and about, I'm going to use the supplies I have to summon my familiar.
Okay. That's easy enough.
That some strange entity seems to be bent on killing.
I know, right? This would be my 3rd one.
Hey, he's a valid target.
I don't know how many NPCs would actually view that as a target worth hitting with something bigger standing right in front of them.
You should pray to your deity and be like, can you please grant my familiar 300,000 health points so that he don't die when...
Ooh, there's a thought.
Good luck getting 300,000, but...
50 would be good.
You have to remember that every time your familiar helps you, he's annoying the enemy. So, after annoying the enemy long enough, he's gonna become a target.
I know, but if the one I'm
No matter how
attacking,
small he is.
the one I'm attacking, if he dies, then the new one wouldn't be annoyed because I haven't annoyed him yet. Anyway, yeah, I'm just gonna summon my familiar again.
Okay.
I don't remember how long that takes. Is that like an hour? Or is that like...
Are you casting the spell or doing it as a ritual?
Ritual. I don't know. Can I do it as a spell? Wait, which one? Which one? Because I know there's two different ways to. If there's two different ways to do it, what's the difference?
I believe just casting it takes an hour. Casting this ritual takes an hour and 10 minutes.
Well, I would do it with probably a ritual because I don't have any spell slots left.
Okay, then hour and 10 minutes. So basically, you're finishing up about the same time everyone else is returning.
They all see the Dragonborn sitting in a circle of intricate designs, just mumbling to himself in a language no one can understand.
And suddenly a pseudo-dragon appears in front of you and croons quietly.
After the ritual's done, I'll mess up the circle, get rid of it if it wasn't expended during. I'll wipe it out. And that's basically it for me for that hour.
Okay.
I will spend 2 hours doing a greater healing potion, and then my last hour I will do a sleep tincture.
Okay, give me your rolls. Do I not have the...
It's up at the top. It's under Balakhead.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you. So why is it not here? See, greater healing. Where are my numbers? There they are. So during your 2-hour time frame, you end up with 2 greater healing potions. With only expending the reagents for 1. I don't have a measuring thing for tinctures, but I would say that probably gives you 2 tinctures as well. Seems reasonable. Can't imagine the tinctures are any more difficult than the greater healing potions.
awesome sauce. I will give one of the potions of greater healing to Durkar right off the bat. Since he's our front person, and then ask the others who would like the other one.
What grade?
Greater healing.
I already have one.
Healer. Emerald, do you have one? Would you like one?
Oh, I'd like one, but I thought Reardon says he wanted it.
No, I said I already have one.
Oh, okay. Yes, certainly. I would take one.
I will give that second one to you.
Thank you.
You said 2 to me, right?
No, one to you and one to Aramel.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything else?
When I get back, I'll take my 2 handfuls of blueberries and wash them up in the stream and put them on some leaves to dry.
Okay.
And just casually offer that I saw a deer, but I didn't manage to shoot it. So at least we've got some berries to go with whatever
Oh,
Reardon got.
well, I got a rabbit, and
You want to just fry it over the fire, or do we have stuff to put it in a stew?
I don't have anything for a stew. I didn't find anything else while I was out there. So I guess we can just skewer it and fry it over the fire.
Well, all right. We can certainly do that. You take a nice sized rabbit and cut it up into pieces and well, pardon me. We spit it and cook it over the fire first, then cut it in pieces. That'd be enough to serve everybody to get a piece, or some maybe 2 pieces.
So I'll forgo the rabbit. Let the little ones have the rabbit. I'll just take a ration.
Well, you can do that if you wish. I was going to say, If it wasn't enough to go around, we could always get out a ration or two.
I agree. I'll just go with the ration and let the kids have the meat of the fresh.
Rabbit with blueberry jelly. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm good with a ration as well, so we'll make sure they get food to eat and
Make sure you guys take those rations from your inventory.
yeah. I will.
Jesus, that's a big ass rabbit. Is that real?
Uh-huh.
That is a massive rabbit. Holy cow.
Big as a dog.
That's kind of like an ROUS, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely of a unusual size.
Yeah, we could get one of them. We could eat that for a couple days.
Okay, okay, so you guys make rabbit and blueberries for the kids, and most, if not all of you, um, decide to go with rations for the night. Um, yeah, is there anything else you guys want to do before going to bed? Okay, are you guys doing watches, or are you just gonna crash?
Yeah, I'll take the first watch.
Okay, that's 4 hours.
And I'll take the second.
And there's 8. Okay, Aramil, give me a perception check.
Mm, that doesn't bode well.
No, I'm afraid it doesn't. The day's exertions prove too much for you as you settle down and relax for your watch, and very quickly nod off. Um, Reardon, give me a perception check at disadvantage. Okay. Okay. Um. Valcad and Durkar, give me perception checks at disadvantage.
All right, hold on. Let me find it. Oh, disadvantage higher than most of my advantages? Ah.
Okay. Durkar, you awaken sometime after the sun has come up to the sound of the children talking amongst themselves. Um, one of the first things you hear is, "How long are these people gonna sleep?"
In common or dwarf?
Oh, good point. You don't speak dwarf, so
Nope.
yeah, all you hear is a bunch of yeah, that. So you wake up, the sun is already up, a little further on its journey than you're used to seeing when you wake up, but
I see everybody still asleep.
except for the kids.
I'm gonna have a little fun. I'm gonna motion for the kids to come over. If they do or not is one thing. Then I'm gonna hold out the darts, these little darts that I have in my hand. And I'll take one and throw it next to one of the sleepers, and I'll give them the rest and say, "Go have fun." I'll motion to them to start throwing the darts at everybody.
Um, yeah, they don't come anywhere near you.
Fair enough.
And once you throw the dart, they definitely don't come anywhere near you. They kind of hide behind Baron, the snoring body of Baron.
There goes my fun. I'll throw darts at everybody.
Okay, give me. You're gonna throw them at everybody, like all your party members.
Well, I'll start with one. If they don't wake up, then they get two, and if they don't wake up, they get three.
Okay, give me 4 d20 rolls.
With the advantage or just straight?
Well, technically it would be a disadvantage because you're doing ranged on a prone target. But just give me straight d20 rolls. Okay, the only one you really miss is Baron. Because maybe you're just trying to be nice and not hit the kids. But all three of the rest of you, come, take 4 points of piercing damage as you get stabbed with the dart, and you are now awake, having been stabbed with darts.
Yes. Do we take that 4 points right away, or wait until after we've recorded the long rest?
It would be after the long rest.
Okay. And I get.
I'm nowhere to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, give me a
Giant
stealth
gold,
check.
a giant gold dragon in a forest. That's gotta be.
Like for all I know, for all you know, it's like I was out in the woods to begin with.
For all you know what?
Well, I mean, depending on that, but for all they know, my intention was for all they knew, I was already out in the forest, doing my morning things.
Okay. You think you're pretty well hidden.
Well, I feel the sting of that dart, and I'm instantly up with this sword in my hand. I can't hear you.
Sorry.
I can.
As soon as I'm hit with the dart, I jump up with rapiers
Okay.
and dagger in hand.
Okay, about 10 feet away, or 15 feet away, you see Durkar trying to hide behind a tree. Grinning to himself as he watches the party.
Well, as I jump up, as soon as I see him, I launch that sword at him.
I drop my dagger and pull the dart out of me and throw it back at him.
Okay. Give me d20 rolls, you guys.
Be more than happy.
I got 3/4 cover, right?
Stands to
I'm
reason.
hiding behind a tree, but I'm not hiding behind a tree.
Oh, unfortunately, both the dart and the sword peg into the tree. Oh,
Do the same, but
okay.
that didn't work very well.
Okay. What are you throwing, Valakad? The dart?
Dart as well.
Okay, the sword and the 2 darts peg into the tree. And yeah, you are very sure that you've been noticed, Durkar.
I'll just start laughing in amusement. While my pseudo dragon will go around and do 2 lay hands on the 3 of them. give him 2 points of health back.
Give each of them 2 points of health back?
Yeah.
Only 2, not 4?
Nope, just 2.
Oh,
2 each.
okay.
And as that happened, my dragon is just flying around and it just lands on their heads. Like playing hopscotch.
Okay.
He's feeling very frisky this morning.
Apparently he's not the only one. Okay, so the pseudo dragon has soothed your wounds some. Now what do you guys want to do?
Well, now that we're up, I suppose we should claim the long rest.
Yes, you guys can have your long rest. But everyone should be down by 2 health. Well, all but Durgar.
And he missed Baron, right?
Yeah, he did.
I'll have the dragon will go over to Baron. How is he laying? Is he on his side, back, on his front? What?
He's kind of on his side, but he is awake. He's up on one shoulder watching.
Oh, okay, so never mind. I was gonna say if he was still sleeping, I was gonna have the dragon go over there and just have his face like right in the dwarf's face, just looking at him. The cold breath coming out of the dragon. But never mind.
Do you really want to risk having to summon that thing again?
I don't know if he'd smack at it.
It's Valakad's character, so Valakad would know. He's the one that asked. So
I mean, but
think about that.
I would say Baron has seen it around. He'd seen it before, so he would recognize it after the mission started. Who knows? That is true.
When you wake a dwarf from sleep by crawling on its face, he might not recognize the form before it's pooped out of existence.
No, I wouldn't be on his face. It'd be just right there, almost like nose to nose, but like the dragon standing on the ground. So who knows? But anyway, it didn't happen. He's awake. Never mind.
Okay.
I must be molting. I'm feeling anxious.
Okay, you guys
so
are
many questions.
you guys are waking up. What are you doing now? Breakfast and then head out?
Yeah. Get some more of my ration. There's another piece of the same ration. And pack my gear, and I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Yep, got my gear. I'm ready to move out wherever we choose to go.
Okay, where are you guys headed? Are you headed back to Austin to return the children, or are you going to continue your search, or what?
I think we need to go back in and hand over the children.
Yeah, that'd be pertinent.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay.
So should we just give them to the guards, or should we try and help them find their aunt?
We should probably take them all the way to their destination.
So how do we find this aunt?
Millie and Dorman. What's your aunt's name?
Mildred.
What was
Mommy
it?
and Mildred. Mommy and Daddy say I'm named after her.
I will repeat it to the rest of the group and say she's named after her aunt Mildred. And then it'll back to Dwarvish to her and say, well, let's go find Mildred and get you over to her.
Okay. Someone give me a survival check. Whoever's leading the group, so you can get back to Austin.
I think it ought to be Durkar, but can we trust him?
To get lost? Yeah, I don't know these lands.
It's not so much knowing the land; it's finding a path through the land, keeping track of north, south, east, west, keeping track of the direction you're going,
I'll lead. What do you need?
finding a path. Survival check.
Oh, let's hope it's a good one.
That's not what I would have done.
Well, it could be worse. Then again, it could be a lot better. Um,
Kids are helping. One's pointing north, one's pointing south, and one's pointing west.
Wait, who's the third kid?
Or 2 boys and a girl.
Oh, I thought there were only two of them.
okay. You guys start heading out, following Reardon, and after about an hour and a half, um, Millie kind of you guys are walking along, and Millie kind of tugs on your sleeve, Valakad.
Yes, ma'am.
And she kind of shyly asks, I thought we were going home.
We are.
And she kind of points um, perpendicular to your path, and she says, home's over there.
Reardon?
Yes.
Millie thinks we're going the wrong way. And honestly, I don't know these woods, so...
I thought I was heading south.
Why would you be heading south? Houston is northeast of us.
Oh,
That explains the problem.
see?
Okay, Reardon
Oh,
is still on the searching for undead plan, which was to go south. Um, Millie just kind of shrugs and points again without saying anything, and then moves back to her seemingly less courageous friends.
well, I guess I'll kind of head northeast.
Okay. Um, you guys start heading northeast, and um, Millie gets a satisfied smile on her, or a satisfied grin on her face as you head that direction. She's feeling very um, not quite sure what the word is, but
Up in the step.
what's that?
Up in the step.
Sure, that works. Um, you continue northwest or northeast rather for um, another couple hours before you come to town. You come to the edge of town, and the guards kind of stop you, look you over a bit. They notice the children, and they just discuss quietly amongst themselves, and then reluctantly let you in. And
As we get let in, I will ask if they would happen to know where Mildred lives. A halfling by the name of Mildred.
Bitter Birch, My dog just kicked me. You mean Mildred Bitterbirch?
I'll look down at Millie and say, do you know her last name? Is it Bitterbirch?
Millie nods.
Yes, that would be the one.
He kind of looks you over again for a moment, suspiciously, before saying something to his fellow soldier, and then saying, "I'll take you to see her."
Much appreciated. And I'll look back down and say, let's go see your aunt.
And I'm assuming everyone follows.
I will.
Yep.
Okay. Doesn't take you long to get there. It's a small house, as it is built for a halfling, but it is obviously affluent. The whoever lives here is obviously important. The soldier raps on the door with his gloved hand, and very quickly a servant essentially opens the door, and they have a conversation for a moment, and the servant looks down and sees Millie and says, "Millie, what are you doing out there? Come in here." And Millie and both the boys go running to the servant, Millie gives him a hug, and the boys just kind of stand very close by. And Millie immediately starts to explain what happened about orcs attacking their farm and or the farmstead, and all their parents sending them off to safety with Aunt Millie or Aunt Mildred rather. And of course, at this point, all three of them are bawling because brought back the trauma of the night. At which point, the servant picks up Millie and puts his hands down to grab the boy's hands, and kind of gestures with his head for the rest of you to come in. And still trying to comfort Millie, he says, "If you would please wait here, the lady of the house will be with you momentarily."
And I'll say, thank you, sir. Actually, does he say that in common or dwarfish?
It would have been
or
dwarvish.
Okay. And yeah, I'll say, thank you, sir. Motion for the rest of them to come in and wait.
Okay. He disappears into a side room. You guys kind of have to.
Crunch.
Yeah. You all have to duck pretty
All in.
heavily to get in here.
I'll probably stay outside the hut.
Baron is the only one who can stand up in here without having to lean over. And even he's pretty tall. Yeah.
I'll send the dragon in with Valakat again. I'll just sit outside all wide-eyed, watching it from that way.
Okay. Valcad the dragon is wrapped around her neck.
Right. First a dart. Now I'm going to be strangled.
His tongue is licking your ear like this, like the snake movies that you see.
Licking.
Like the Jungle Book, you know, the big snake is doing that to Mowgli's head.
Okay. It's not long before you hear footsteps followed or intermingled between the tapping of a staff on the hardwood floors, and after just a few moments, a form comes into view, and you recognize her as Wendella Bitterbirch from the council meeting. She was the older halfling woman carrying the old gnarled root staff that Hadar and Larentia were conversing with. She looks at each of you one after the other, and in a very no-nonsense voice, she says, "I understand you rescued my daughter's, let's see, what was it? My granddaughter and her friends." She said something about an attack. Did you witness this?
We did not. They seemed to have made a run for it, and they were trying to make a camp. Unsuccessfully, with some not so dry brush, and we came across the extremely smoky area and were able to get their attention. Get out of the smoke and got them clear of the smoke. And as it was getting late, as it was getting late, we decided to show them how to set up a camp, and I took them out to look for herbs and tried to get them a little better skill. And honestly, she seemed to know Millie seemed to know the way home, because we got a little lost this morning, and as Ridden was heading one way, she recognized that it was the wrong way and got us back on track. By the way, this is Reardon here. This is Aramel and Baron from Clan Iron Axe. I am Balakat. And we've got another that's a little too tall to crawl in your lovely home, that is standing outside. It's a gold lizard that he says he's a dragonborn, whatever that is.
Yes, I recall.
And you remember his pet that was with me and Aramel when we talked to the other day.
She kind of bends a little to, kind of bends down a little to look out the window, see Durkar, and then squints a bit and looks at the pet, says, then perhaps we should continue in common. I thank you for bringing my granddaughter home to me. She reaches for a pouch at her belt and says, I realize this isn't much, but it is all I can get my hands on it with such a short let me restart. Realize this isn't much, but it's all I can get my hands on with such short warning. Such limited warning. And she hands you a small coin purse and says, we will put together a group of guards to send them to the farmstead. Hopefully they can find some survivors. Until then, I believe the council has you on another task.
Yes, ma'am. We are searching for the cause of the not so living situation outside the gates.
Okay. Then I will once you've returned from that task, I will see to giving you a greater reward for the rescue of my granddaughter. Until then, will not. Um, God, what's his word? I'll not stall your investigations any longer. Again, thank you for your assistance.
It is much appreciated, but I am just glad that we could help get her and her friends to you safely.
What do you call your group?
I'll look over at the others.
Or have you not decided on such things? We can take time for a group to be together long enough to take advantage of that dynamic. But I imagine this group will be together for some time. But I must bid you adieu, and she kind of bows slightly as a different servant is kind of very politely trying to shuffle you out the door. As
Millie's still in there with us, or?
She's kind of in the other room. You can hear her talking to the servant, and
Okay. I will say, I'll kind of not yell, but like loudly in Dwarvish, say, "Bye, Millie. We'll see you again soon."
okay. She kind of pokes her head out, and she's got like tears streaming down her face, and she's scrubbing at her eyes. And she just kind of weakly waves at you. Okay, so you leave the Bitterbirch residence.
Step outside. I will pull the dragon from around my neck and hold it between my thumb and forefinger and be like, "You want this back?"
Let it go, it'll leave you.
And I will release it.
Just fly up to the top of the house right above Valakad and breathe ice on her.
Snow starts to fall around you, Bellicat.
Nice and warm.
Okay, so there is 100 gold in that pouch. Well, technically 125, but I'm not counting Baron, so. And Myrnar gets to make his own gold, so.
I'm guessing we're heading out, so once we get outside of the gates, I will give each of the others their 25.
Okay. Okay, so you make your ways back out. Make your way back out of town. Where are you headed?
The people that are skilled in the woods.
Did we have a direction of where we thought the undead scourge was coming from?
We headed out like this way, and then went like that, and then I think we were headed back out towards the south like this.
So we had to head south out of town then? We think it's south of here at that point? I don't know, you point, I'll leave.
Aaron will point that way, wherever that way is.
Let's go.
AFK.
Actually, it's 8 o'clock, so why don't we all take a quick break? Get snacks, use the restroom, stretch, drinks, whatever you guys need.
Break time.
I'm back.
I'm back.
I'm here, no wait.
Okay. Is everyone back?
I'm back.
Yeah.
I haven't heard Sky yet.
He never leaves. His helmet or his headset goes with him everywhere. If he's on Discord. So he's there. He just probably can't talk. No, he's typing. Can you hear us, guy?
Check, check, check.
Oh, okay. Hi. Okay, so I guess let's continue. We were headed out of town to continue investigating the undead, if I remember correctly. And he just had Valcat hand everyone 25 gold from the coin purse that was given to him or them. Okay, so where are you guys going? You guys gonna go back to where you guys last encountered undead? Or find a new place, or what?
Yeah, let's go back where we first last encountered them.
Okay, whoever's in the lead, give me a survival check.
I'll do it, but I'm gonna do it with advantage because I'm gonna also use the keen senses of my dragon.
You're gonna do what now?
I'm gonna be assisted by the keen senses of my dragon. So I'm gonna rely on my dragon to fly up high and give me an aerial view, so to speak.
Okay, do those keen senses tell you exactly what you get advantage on? It's usually perception
Wisdom
checks.
checks on sight, hearing, and smell.
Okay, I'll give it to you.
So yeah, it's advantage on wisdom, perception, check, and stuff like that.
Okay.
That didn't go so good.
Well,
I mean, 11's better than 8.
right?
That is true. So basically, I wanted to use the dragon to like scout above us to see if they see any
Okay, you'd actually
meandering zombies and stuff like that.
you would actually use the dragon's stats for that roll, but that's okay.
Oh, okay. Let me roll the dragon then.
Yeah. If they don't have a survival, just roll wisdom.
Not seeing a survival.
Okay. Hmm. Okay. Um. You guys turn around. You leave town. You head southwest towards the last location you were at before, or last location you were at when you met the undead. Um, Before you took your rest last evening. Um, it seems like it getting back here is faster. It was faster than your time heading back to town. Um, as you come into the clearing, you see the bones. Well, most of the bones. Some have been carried off by um, scavengers already. Um, but you're back at the clearing with the bones. What do you guys want to do?
Send out the rogues.
And what are the rogues doing?
I don't know, scouting around, being stealthy, looking for more. Do we hear anything?
Is that something the rogues are willing to do?
It's all got to be done. I don't see why it should be just a rogue, so I think the whole party should spread out and search an area.
Is that something the party wants to do?
It's okay with me.
I'll stay as a central point and they can branch out if they want. Due to my message there.
I'm good with spreading out.
Okay, then give me a group perception check. I'm sorry, wait. Yeah, perception. So you have a problem with his son not wanting to take a bath? Oh, Durkar says he's got a bath issue. I'm assuming it's his son not wanting to take a bath.
I would love to take a bath. I really wish I could.
Right?
5-foot tubs suck.
So I gotta get a hot tub with like an industrial grade filter.
Thought about getting a hot tub, but I know people that have, and the maintenance is just horrible. So
Yeah. Besides, I think I've seen too many CSI shows where people get trapped inside them and boiled to death.
in the words of Elro, hey, at least you're providing food for somebody. Sorry, that was an Elro thought, not words. He wouldn't use that many words.
Okay, do you just want to continue without him, or?
No, it wasn't nothing to do with my son. Is I ate some massively spicy stuff earlier, and
Oh.
it messes with my body otherwise. So it's that issue.
Yeah, it was a whole
But-
whole lot cuter when we thought you were dealing with your son.
I know, but I had to deflate your expectations. No, my ears go with me just like Val, so I can hear everything you do. I just won't be able to respond right on.
Okay. Okay, so you guys make it back to the clearing with the undead. Everyone starts to look around. Balakat's not really paying much attention, apparently. Maybe they're thinking about Millie or something, I don't know.
Probably.
Never mind, I'll keep it PG.
Songs within character. Out of character, I would appreciate PG.
Out of character, yeah.
Um... Reardon.
Yes.
As you and the party spread out to look for any clues, you hear some noises in the forest to the northwest, fairly close to the path you guys took. I'm sorry, northeast. Fairly close to the path you guys took to get back to this clearing. Yeah, you can hear some noises in the forest.
Are we all spread out at this time?
Yeah, you're kind of spread out around the clearing.
Okay.
You're all within probably 30 feet of each other, though.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I use all my rogue abilities, okay, and try to see who or what is making the noise without being seen or heard.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
Okay.
Okie doke. Um, you kind of, you're listening to these noises in the forest, and they're coming pretty much right at you. So you kind of step to the side and duck behind a bush. And you watch as, two skeletons kind of push their way through the trees, walk into the middle of the clearing, and just stand there. They completely ignore the bones that are on the ground currently. They don't seem to pay any attention to any of the party who are obviously in the clearing. As the skeletons walk into the middle of the clearing, everyone else sees them as well, except for possibly Balakad.
I'll move back toward the group and sit there and say, okay, what do you guys think?
Well, actually, yeah, Valakad did have a 13 at least, so yeah, Valakad would have seen it as well.
I say we follow the trail they came from and just leave them alone and just keep walking. If we encounter any more, just don't attack, just keep walking until we get closer to wherever they're coming from.
I was thinking kind of the same thing.
Okay, so is that what you guys are doing?
Well, I would like to let the other guys know what we're doing.
I'll go along with it.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I guess we'll move back the way they came.
Okay, um,
Where they're pushing through bushes, it should be pretty easy to follow their trail.
possibly. Whoever wants to lead this or do the tracking, give me a survival check. See how well you can track. Very good.
So we're off and moving in that direction.
Okay. So you're headed back to the northeast, back towards the town. Um, in a path that is roughly parallel to the one that you took to come back this direction. Um, at some point, it does break off and curve slightly to be traveling more west, or I'm sorry, more east than north. And you come to after probably 3 hours or so, which will put us about 6 or 7 in the evening. Um, so probably like an hour or two before sunset. Um, you come to it's a it's a larger building. Um, it's kind of a cross between a barn and well, I guess it basically just a large barn. Um, and you can see where there were other buildings on the land, but they have um, been destroyed in one way or another. Um, not recently. Um, yeah, and you guys stop a good distance from the barn, just kind of watching, and after a moment you see skeleton exit from the doorway and stop about 10 feet away. And about 20 minutes later, another skeleton comes out and joins it. And the two of them basically follow the same route you guys just took to get here. Everyone except Reardon, give me a stealth check.
Yes, I didn't do as bad as Durkar.
I'm wearing heavy mail, so that's kind of kind of bad anyway. That you got that close.
Okay, wow. So the skeletons walk right past the party. Valakad shifts her weight as skeletons come out and snaps a branch off the tree. And skeleton stops and looks at Valakad.
I'll smile at it.
And then, as that is happening, Durkar steps back and his chainmail, is it? Is that what you're wearing, chainmail?
Yeah, it's just
Scratches against a rock, just lets out a sound. And the skeleton turns and looks at you again. Or looks at you this time, Durkar. And they gaze at you with soulless eyes for a moment. And then turn and continue walking.
Bye.
I can't say whoever's in the barn doesn't know you guys are there. But the skeletons didn't seem to care. So, as you watch the skeletons walk away, what are you doing?
go up to the barn.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we should go investigate the barn, see what's going on in there.
Okay. As you get close to the barn, the door opens and out shambles this mound of rotting flesh as a zombie shambles its way out and stands to the side. Just standing there. Okay, you guys wanted to go inside, or you're just gonna hang around outside?
I'm gonna wave at the zombie and point at the skeletons. Follow. Go that way.
Give me a persuasion check. It hesitates for a moment, and then turns and starts following the skeletons.
I have a new multi-class. Necromancer.
Um, yeah, so you guys are at the door. What are you doing?
I'm going to sneak in and step off to the side and look around.
Okay,
Oh my.
give me a stealth check while you're doing that.
I'm going to step through and go to the other side of the door.
Okay, give me a stealth check. Okay,
How big is this barn?
it is a 3-story barn. Well, 2-story with an attic story, an attic at the top. Um, probably good. Outside dimensions are probably good 80 by 100 feet. Does that answer your question, Sky?
Yep.
Okay.
Is there any other doors? We can see.
Not that you see from your current position. You are welcome to search around the building if you'd like.
Are there
I
any
will
windows?
wander to the other side.
Okay. Um, are you doing this before or after the Valakat and or not Valakat, Aramil and Reardon step inside?
As they are stepping inside, I will start to walk around.
Okay. Give me a perception check, real quick. Okay. Um, takes you a little longer than 10 minutes, maybe 12, 13 minutes to walk around this barn. There is another door on the far side. There are on the second floor. There are also 2 openings on both sides, the longer sides of the barns. Opposite the doors. Well, perpendicular to the doors. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
I will go to the door opposite, parallel to the one that The other two entered.
Okay. So you're on the far side of the barn.
Yep.
Okay.
See if it is unlocked or.
So are you just like pulling on it, or?
Yeah, if it's a pull door, sure.
Okay. Yeah, it opens. It opens.
And I will try and sneak in from the opposite side.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
Not a 6. Not a 6.
I'm gonna laugh if you get a. Oh my god.
Not a 6.
I was even gonna say I'm gonna laugh if you get a 7, but damn. Okay, Aramel and Reardon, you both said that you went to the side of the door. Who goes right? Who goes left?
I went right.
Okay.
I want to send my dragon in through one of the windows in the upper levels.
Can you guys see the map?
Nope. Black.
How about that?
Well,
Nope.
the map's supposed to be totally black. Mm.
Well, it's actually a blank map, but um, oh, I should probably. I said it was 80 by 100. I should probably have the map that large too.
Did you do 80 by 100 squares?
Oh, it's a good point. It's actually divided by 5.
40 by. No. 16 by 20.
That's a whole lot better. A whole lot more manageable. Okay, I'm gonna draw this thing because
So far, I'm still just seeing a black page.
that's what it is.
Until I put tokens on. Sky, you want to put tokens on the south end real quick? And you guys aren't going to be able to see anything until until tokens go on.
Moved my token to just to the right inside the door.
Okay, that's where you said you were going to take it, so.
And I moved my token where I was going to go.
Need my dragon. He will. Is this gonna cause a problem? Because he's gonna be up on the second level, looking at stuff. Or whichever windows the, or whichever, floor the windows are on.
More like haylofts than windows, but.
Are these circles the windows then?
Yeah.
So he's gonna. I would have sent him up there in the second level to look. So he's like hanging outside the, clinging onto the barn, hanging upside down, just looking through.
Okay.
And I'll look through his eyes to see what he sees at some point.
Okay, does that make sense to everyone so far?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seems to.
Stalls on the left or right, rooms on the. So stalls on the left, rooms on the right. Or not that type of bar.
What? No, that's right. Stalls on the left there. These are rooms on the right. Um, some work tables, maybe some hay bales here in the corner. Okay, so helps I'm actually in the right token layer. There we go. Okay, so you come into the barn. Durkar and who's that? Baron stays outside. And didn't you say you went inside, Valakad?
Sorry, yeah.
Okay. Barn's pretty dark. Dark, dusty. As the sun is setting soon. The light is, that point of fading. So the sun's not doing a whole lot of giving you a whole lot of help in here. There's no obvious sign of animals. The typical odors from animals are no longer present. There are some old moldering hay bales stacked against the walls. Aramel and Reardon, there is stables off to your left that would normally hold animals. In them, you can currently see, at least the furthest south one, there are a couple of bodies laying in there. One of them is mostly bones. The other one is pretty heavy state of decay, but it's still got most of its flesh still intact. There is a room to your right, and yeah, that's pretty much what you've got. Valakad, as you walk in to your right, you see the stalls, and to your left is a large pen. It's basically a wooden gate up to about chest high. I'm sorry, not gate, fence. Wooden fence up to about chest high. And it dominates the northeast corner of this barn. And you do not have dark vision, right, Falcon?
No.
Okay, then that is as much as you see. Okay, what are you guys doing?
Off real quick. I got a question. So, would it be possible if I were to put my dragon on my head, where wherever I look, it looks, and then use its eyes instead of my own, considering it's got night vision and dark sense,
Um,
or sight?
I actually did something very similar in one of my games. I had a familiar. I just basically gave it a piggyback, so its head was resting on top of my head, and did the same thing. So yes, you can do that.
That way, I won't need to light a torch to see.
But your familiar has to be with you to do that. Yes. And
Yeah,
you have to be using its senses. So, you are using their senses for anything that is um, related to perceiving your surroundings. Any perception or
Yeah, that's fine.
that kind of thing.
No, I was looking at it like you know how you got the GoPro videos of people doing all this stuff, and all you see is the hands and whatnot. So I
Yeah.
was thinking of using the dragon as a GoPro, and then I could attack while looking through its eyes and all that stuff if need be.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I'll call since the light's fading, I'll call my dragon over and have it rest on my head.
Okay. Okay. So what are you guys doing?
I think what I'm sit and wait for some of them skeletons to pop up so we can see where they're coming from.
I'll let the rogues do their work since I'm clumsy and loud, so I'll wait until needed.
Okay. Give me just a second then.
What were the two small squares?
Two small. These?
Hay stack
Yeah.
or hay.
Yeah, hay bales.
Yeah, that one's not going to happen. Oh my gosh, no freaking way.
What? They're hay bales, huh?
Yep.
What level are you guys?
4. It's out of one of my new packs.
Come on, thank you. Always takes forever to load
What the
tokens from the compendium. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, okay, after a moment you guys hear a loud, um, a voice, um, finishing, raised to crescendo and finishing a spell. And there's a bright flash of light and a skeleton begins walking towards the door. Walks right past the party and exits the barn. Ignore these things outside the lines. Okay, so you've seen a skeleton appear and leave the barn. Actually, I'm sorry, that wasn't a skeleton, that was a zombie.
Oh, skeletons and zombies. Oh my.
So a zombie appeared and just walked right past the party.
It just,
Joined the,
well,
well, stopped where the other one was stopped and just stands there.
I think I seen where he just popped up out of nowhere. I'm going to move over in that direction.
Okay.
And I'm going to remove an arrow and notch it just in case they decide that they're going to become aggressive. And I'm going to stand here patiently waiting, make sure that what I saw is what I saw.
Okay.
And can I see the individual here? And
Yes, there is a old man. Well, not really old, but he's definitely older. man. He's dressed in see, this would be a halfling man. He's dressed in grayish looking robes and a darker cloak. The clothing is more on the fancier side. Not quite sure who he is, but based on his clothing, he's probably at least somebody from the more, the kind of richer part of society, the more well-off, more affluent side. Um, yeah. Um, and as you come up to him, close enough to see him, he starts casting another spell on a lump on the table, and after about a minute, the spell raises his voice in crescendo, and the spell completes, and a skeleton stands up from the table. And slowly makes its way out. He walks up to the zombie that's waiting outside, and the two of them walk off together.
All right. I'm going to get the gentleman's attention and ask him, what is he doing? And why is he doing it?
Okay. Um, ooh. Okay,
Oh, yes. Mhm.
just a second.
Mhm.
Okay, as you startle him, the undead in the pen next to you, Valakad, suddenly stir and start to move. Um, they'll start heading south towards their creator, essentially, until he realizes that Riordan isn't trying to kill him, or isn't attacking. At which point the undead stop moving. Um, Reardon, the man looks at you and says, I am creating the army, or creating an army, to defend the town. Who are you, and what are you doing?
Uh, we're here investigating uh, on behalf of the town because just out of character, I understand because I wasn't here. I understand that the town was attacked by these lovely creatures, right?
No.
No, they were being peaceful. Um, as far as we know, there's been no attacks, but
Oh,
um, but there had been talk in Iron Axe Hall of undead up near Austin, and then when we went to ask about it, they had mentioned that they had seen a bunch of them, but they just wander aimlessly and don't ever attack anybody.
all right. So I just we're here investigating where the skeletons and stuff were coming from and why they were, what the purpose was.
I am creating them. I am reanimating them to defend the town from the horde of orcs. And he kind of looks you over for a moment and says, um, you're investigating for the town? Why would they ask a human to investigate for them?
I'll take a deep breath. And because me and members of the party were asked to look into the situation at hand, because the villagers do not understand why or what the purpose is of these creatures. And I'm not human.
He kind of looks at you, and as you say, the party, he gets nervous again, and the undead start to move again. And he looks around the barn, and says back to you, back to you, Reardon. He says, you can tell your friends to come out now. I don't like being spied upon. I don't appreciate being spied upon.
Nobody's spying upon you. You've seen all these creatures coming from the barn. So we decided to come and see where they were initiating from and see if we could find out the purpose behind it. You just happen to be the thing that's creating those that we were asked to look into. So, soon as long as your creatures leave the people of the town alone and stay peaceful, that will be the end of it.
They have no reason to attack the town. They will only attack if attacked, unless they see a creature of the of the orcish horde, orcs, goblins, ogres, and such.
At which time I'll kind of sit there, nod my head, and back out.
Perhaps. Oh, you left? Okay, never mind.
Yep, I left. And I'll tell everybody that's at the south end of the barn what I seen and if they heard the discussion.
They probably would have heard it. Um, just out of curiosity, what language were you speaking in? Can you
If
speak
you
in?
it's common, then common. If not, then I was Elvish.
It was okay. So all you know is Elvish in common.
Yeah, whichever I started out in common.
Okay,
Yeah,
then he would have spoken in common as well.
okay.
Okay, so everyone probably would have heard the conversation.
So what's everybody's idea what to do? I got 104 arrows. God, nobody has a sense of humor.
I laughed.
Nobody else did. They must be sleeping.
Nope, not asleep. I'm just wondering, what should we do? This, um, can we call him a necromancer?
That would probably be an apt description.
Okay. He says they won't attack unless attacked.
which we've seen.
Does that mean if we kill him, they'll just stay here and mill around the barn?
Or will they go insane and start attacking everything?
Exactly.
Well,
I guess
we know
that's
where
up
this
to you guys to find out. If you
we
want to
know
go
where
that
this
route.
place is. We can always head back to the town, talk to the lady in charge, tell her what's going on, and see how she wants to deal with it.
Could do that. We might also approach this necromancer and point out to him that we are not aware that he was charged with creating an army and he needs to stop. We can ask him.
Or we suggested he goes and talks to the town chieftain
Mm-hmm.
and let the two of them hopefully come to an amicable decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow I don't see that turning out well.
I don't either. Like I said, I got 104 arrows.
Well, I've got over 200. So between us, we should have a whole lot of pincushions. But is it worth trying to solve this peaceably?
Well, I'd say we could try to do the peaceful thing, see if we can. We have to let the town know that if we start attacking the necro, and if the necro dies, there is a chance that all these undead will become hostile. they need to be warned before we take an action like that in the first place.
Well, yeah, that's true. But I think the first step of this is to make this necromancer aware that the town is not aware that he is building an army, and I think he and the town need to get together to decide what's best, rather than him just going off on his own.
Okay, then get back in there and tell him.
Okay, I'm willing.
You started the conversation, so it might as well just be the same person he's been talking to.
Well, I thought I kind of told him that the town didn't know anything about what he was doing.
Uh-huh.
So
Well, shall we go back up there together, Reardon, or do you want me to just go?
one at a time, because he's a little antsy and so are our friends. Okay, you don't need to start something if there's no need to.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so do you want to go up there, or you want me to go first?
Go ahead. I'll stay back here and cover you from here.
Okay.
And you might want to watch them guys over there in the corner.
Okay. So I go up here and I say, "Hello, what shall I call you?" What name are you given? Crickets.
I am see, he's halfling. Balin. Sorry, give me a second. I didn't give him a name before. My name's Balman Wintergeld.
All right. Master Wintergeld.
You were not the one I was speaking with before.
No, that is true. But I was asked to come and speak for our group. So
here's yet another one. And who are you? The two of you. What are your names?
Well, my name is Aramel. Nightbreeze. And
I am Belicat.
Okay.
And
I am an Eladrin, which is a form of high elf.
You're an elf.
Yes.
Give me a persuasion check.
You don't believe me?
He kind of looks you up and down and kind of eyes you analytically and kind of shrugs his shoulders. You're not really sure if he believes you or not, but he's definitely watching you a little more.
I'll point at myself and say, human. And then point over at Aramel and go, elf. Human. Elf.
He gives you kind of a dirty look, Aramil, or Valakad. But he does watch you a little more carefully, Aramil. He's definitely paying more attention to your features and such.
All right. Master Wintergild, our group, was tasked by the leader of the town to find out the source of these undead creatures and advise them on what to do about it. Now, you obviously are the source, and you say that you are building an army to defend this town against the orcs. And while that may all be true, from our discussions with the leader of the town, they were not aware that you were building such an army. And I think it should be a proper course of action for you to discuss this with the leaders of the army or of the town and come to an agreement. And if you come to an agreement, we will abide by it. But if you choose not to go and discuss this with the town, then we have no choice but to inform them and most likely come back here and end you. So at this point, I see it as it's up to you to come to an agreement with the town about whether or not they need an army of undead.
Give me an
How say
intimidation
you?
check.
Let me reiterate what he's saying, that we don't want to harm you. We would much rather have a peaceful end to whatever is going on here.
Yes, I agree with that. I don't want to battle. I mean, battle would be painful for both sides. But at the same time, we are going to go back and report to the town what we've seen here. And it would be to your advantage, actually, to go with us and have a discussion with the leaders of the town.
And meanwhile, we will not harm your creatures that are in this pen, and we will not harm any of the other creatures if you'll just come with us back to Austin.
Yes. Okay.
I don't have time to travel back to town and deal with politics. You go back to town, talk to them for me, and return to let me know what they say. And then he turns back to you. He turns and looks at you directly, Aramil, and says, and I will take your threat in kind. Or with, let's see, with a grain of salt. But the next time you threaten someone, make sure you know the strength of their resolve. Elf.
Okay. It was not my intent to threaten you, but just to make you aware of the consequences of your not working this out with the town of Austin. I don't understand and why would you decide to build an army for the town if the town doesn't know you're doing it?
The orcs have been scouring the lands to the south and west for weeks. Farmsteads and smaller villages have been decimated. Surely you've heard news of such things.
Certainly we have. But
the town needs to be protected, or it will disappear as quickly as those farmsteads to the south.
well, that may be, but that is the purview of the leaders of this town. That's not your responsibility. So, will you go with us? And
like I said, I don't have time. You can go talk to them and return if you feel it's necessary.
but by the time we have returned from such an expedition, you will have created hundreds of these undead.
I will have created many more, yes. That's the point.
Mm-hmm. And the point is that we don't want you to create them unless the town wants them created. I mean, at this point, there are few enough of them that we could attack you and stop you. And if they challenge us, we could go ahead and kill them.
Real
But-
quick, what does that room to the north of them look like? Does it have doors on it, or is it just an open?
It's just like an
It's-
open pen.
Okay.
He looks at you and gives you a very large grin.
Mhm.
And he says, Just because you believe you see how many I have created, don't believe you know of all of them. And I have no intention of attacking the town. My undead will only attack orcs, goblins, ogres, the orcish horde, unless they are attacked. Or I am attacked, in which case they will come to my defense.
For curiosity's sake, where are you getting your materials?
This entire region has been fought over by the peoples of the dwarven peoples, my halfling people, my halfling kin, and orcs for millennia. There are simply walking through the forest, you walk over the graves of thousands.
Do they not deserve to rest, to stay dead?
He closes his eyes and hangs his head and just lets out a long, deep, exhausted sigh. Like he's so tired of hearing this argument. So tired of having to educate people. And after a moment, he takes a deep breath, looks up at you and says, "Their souls are at rest. What I'm using is simply no different from using the wood of the forest or the rock of the earth to craft buildings or whatever, buildings or statues. That's simply materials."
I feel that a lot of people would disagree with that. Besides their overall look, it's a little overwhelming to a lot of people. And even if they aren't harming the townsfolk, it's unsettling to the townsfolk.
That's why
The-
the undead do not approach the town. They can't even be seen from the town unless you go looking for them. They are set up approximately a mile outside of town, and you won't even know they're there unless a fight starts, in which case they're going to be glad that they're there.
Walk over at Airmail and say, he has a fair point. Maybe we should head back to town on his behalf and speak with them and see what their wishes are. And I'll kind of nudge your Airmail and wink.
Okay, Master Wintergeld. If we go back to town and the city rulers or the town rulers decide they do not want an army of undead, will you stop?
He sighs and says, I guess. It's their end, but I guess he can't help the blind.
Yeah.
You know, I just feel like that you have decided unilaterally to do this.
Caramel, let's go talk to the town and see what they say. We're
Okay.
not getting anywhere with him. So
All right. Let's go.
Master Wintergold, thank you for speaking with us, and we will be back as soon as we are able to discuss the matter further.
He kind of
All right.
bows his head at you, and he just says, "Good luck."
You as well, sir. And I will bow my head at him and turn.
Okay.
And when we get out of the barn, I will say, we could always burn the whole place down, in a whisper.
Mhm.
Maybe do that when we come back before we talk to him, and that way we won't deal with a whole bunch.
He might be gone, long gone. He's not going to stop.
That's what I was thinking. Someone should stay here, spy on him.
Okay, so what do you guys want to do?
So, do you feel like our commission from Austin is to just find out what's the source of the undead is, or to deal with it?
Why? What would be my overall impression from when we were talking with Hadar? If we were supposed to, quote unquote, dispatch the undead and dispatch them, or just find out information?
Um, well, when you spoke to Hadar and Laurentia, and in turn Wendella, or by extension Wendella, they had wanted you to find where they're coming from, and well, they had asked you to stop it, but that was when they were under the impression the undead were a threat, or maybe a threat. So, if you guys feel like they are still a threat, then take it as you will. If you guys feel like going back and talking to them, possibly.
Can I do an insight on whether I believe he was telling the truth on his part?
Sure, a retcon insight check. What part are you in telling the truth on his part about what?
That he has no intention of harming the town. Like that, I'm more concerned with, based on Hadar talking with us, more concerned about the wealth of the town, or yeah.
Okay. So you just want to know whether or not he has no intention of harming the town. Okay. Go
Yeah.
ahead and roll an insight. Um.
It's common knowledge pretty much about the orcs, so he could be using that specifically as a point, because he's making enough to harm the town. Or he could be very truthful and, yes, my family were killed and I went into this business of raising dead because I don't want anybody else to.
Okay. May I also do an insight check on whether I believe that he will stop if Hadar says to stop?
Go ahead and give me an insight check.
It's there. Actually, out of character, my inclination is to burn your beautiful barn and all its contents.
Spoken like a true paladin or cleric.
And I'm neither.
See, 15 insight. What was the question you were wanting answered? Again?
If he would really stop if Hadar tells him that he doesn't want help. I kind of have the sense that he will decide when we come back that he wants to do it anyway. And I think he's, mounting an army to maybe take over the whole of the forest.
Either way, he needs to be put down in my eye.
And I would imagine that Baron would agree to that.
How about we set the barn on fire, block all the doors, and deal with what's left after?
I think, though,
Okay, I sent you a message in Discord, Dad. You have to check your direct messages from me. Remember how to do that?
okay, yes, that seems to be the case. What I was about to say, I don't think that we can just set the barn on fire without doing something to him, because if he has the access and ability to stop the fire or to use it for his purposes, he will. And I can't believe he would stand in the middle of a barn, let it burn, and just die with it.
Oh no, I don't think he would either. But it would take a toll on all his little friends.
True, but as he indicated, there are thousands out there. He can just keep building. He
Didn't
doesn't.
really indicate how many there were. He tried to indicate that there were a lot, but
Mm-hmm.
he could have been bluffing about that or not.
Okay.
I think
And
Airmail's talking about resources, thousands
Yeah.
of bodies
oh
that
yeah,
I could raise, or that he could raise.
gotcha.
Yes.
But if we were to burn it, I'm not saying we should burn it. I honestly think that he seems to believe that he is doing the right thing, and maybe we should go to Hadar and see what his intents are. But at the same time, if we were to burn it and he didn't somehow die inside the fire and he came out, we could finish him off at that point. If we were to go that route, I'm not saying we should.
Okay, I agree with you. I'm just trying to point out that we can't just set the fire and walk away.
No, never. I don't think we would do that anyways.
True enough. Okay, at this point, we have already fought and killed dozens of these creatures. How many do you suppose there really are in the woods? Besides the ones that are here.
I mean, inside the time that we were here, he raised at least at least 3 skeletons and 2 zombies. And we've known about this for what, like 2 weeks-ish? So if he's been doing this for over a month, he could probably have hundreds. But the next question is, where are they? If they're not near the town and they are surrounding the town, will they attack the town if their master is destroyed? And how fast will they run to get to their master? If they're 10 or 15 miles away, it won't be right now.
Okay. I think we have to get Hadar involved in this discussion. I just don't know, how do we proceed to have the best chance of actually winning.
Guess we just talk with Hadar, see what his thoughts are. We'll mention the man's name, and he did I sense that same prestigious thing that Burden was perceiving?
Oh, the fact that he's dressed in probably from a higher class.
Nicer area,
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Then
mean, his
let's say,
clothes are very obviously not trash. They're obviously very nice and
okay.
well
Yeah,
taken care
so
of.
I'd say, based on his demeanor and based on the way that he was dressed, surely if he is from Austin or even one of the surrounding towns, Hadar most likely has heard of this man. So hopefully Hadar can tell us a little more on what he would like us to do.
Okay, I agree with that. Also, even if Hadar doesn't know him, the fact of his dress and his appearance suggests that he's used to getting his own way. And I don't think we should, at least, acquiesce to him. I think we have to go ahead and get a solution, get this resolved. So I'm pretty sure that the Iron Axe Clan Hall would not be happy to have a large group of undead, basically an army, just right next door. Okay, so it being well after 10 o'clock, are we going to call this tonight and start out again in the morning? Or in next session?
That would be a DM thing.
Well, Mr. DM?
It's up to you guys. I'm fine with continuing if you guys want to. I'm just really happy I got you guys
All together, mostly.
to go into an encounter and not immediately try to kill my NPCs.
I don't know.
I mean, I have a feeling that's probably what you guys are going to end up doing eventually. But you didn't do it immediately, which was the important part.
Yeah. Well, and in this case particularly, I think just to go in there killing the necromancer without knowing some of what's going on here is counterproductive. So my recommendation is we call it and then go back on our next session
Okay, we can pick it up next week then.
and yeah, carry on a discussion at the Houston.
Council. Okay. Then we'll pick it up next week, and hopefully everyone can make it. Except Kenny, of course, because Kenny seems to think his career is more important than...
Yeah,
I've
how
kind of
fair
written
you
Kenny
make that.
off as quitting until further notice.
Yeah, me too. He's kind of, sort of here. Here in spirit.
No, I'm pretty sure his spirit is somewhere doing D&D games with work.
Yeah. That's okay, we got his dad, though.
Yeah, I'll be
Yeah,
back.
just no more reunions.
And I have internet.
That's a plus.
Well, actually, the people who are putting in the fiber optic system that we're going to get
Mm-hmm.
fixed my existing
Well, that's nice.
internet
That's nice.
provider.
That's nice of him.
Yeah, it was. Oh, but, and then I can compare fiber optics to whatever the cable.
I want fiber optics, man.
It is a lot faster.
We're getting 2Gs.
Is the
Wow.
is the price worth the speed increase?
Actually, it's less.
Oh.
Yeah, it's locked in, I think, for 5 years. So,
Maybe we should look into that, Dad.
well,
Maybe so, but let's wait and see whether or not it works.
yeah, well, that's what we're going to do.
I've got fiber. I'm sitting at 1 gig download, and I love it.
Yeah, we got
And
1 gig.
mine was just a free upgrade. Like I went in one day because I was paying for 250 megs, and I was like, maybe I'll go in and see about increasing it to like 350 or 400. And I went in and it said, congratulations, we upped your speed to 1 gig. And I'm like, oh, well, never mind. I think I'm good with that.
Yeah.
And what company is that?
Comcast /Xfinity.